Used to pray you make it home like I'm used to. Realize we could rule the world. Alright, let me run this build. Let's see what's going on. You know, every day I feel like failure actually steers us forward, so we need to embrace it. Every day wake up, just tell yourself, right? Today I'm gonna fail a lot because failing is the way you know. Because failing is how you discover the road to success. Let's get it. Alright. So right now what we got is we got this very good
to prevent the formation of a blood clot and was told to avoid any sort of exertion for the several months that it would take the blood vessel to heal. The key to the successful diagnosis wasn't merely having the necessary medical knowledge.
Okay. Here's what I'm gonna do. I don't like this branch, so I'm not gonna use this branch. But I'm gonna use the I don't know what kind of values the Here's what I want you to tell me. Did you actually change the functionality? Because I realize now that you've implemented this new change, is it just a UI change or is there any underlying change to the architecture or the underlying code? Because I realize that it's slightly more offset right now. It means what am I supposed to say? Normally, if I put it on 0.1 seconds, it's usually quite in sync. But right now, it's like 2 seconds, 2 sentences away from being synced. Alright, so here's what I want to fix right now.
To the successful diagnosis wasn't merely having the necessary medical knowledge, but having that knowledge organized and accessible in a way that allowed the improvement of skills and the development of training techniques move forward hand in hand, with new training techniques leading to new levels of accomplishment and new accomplishments generating innovations in training. The virtuous circle again. This joint development of skills and training techniques has, up to now at least, always been carried out through trial and error, with a Turndar ELDS practitioners experimenting with various ways to improve, keeping what works and discarding what doesn't. No Turndar ELD.
The jump to current button appears very slowly, and the animation it has right now when it appears is not very smooth. I want you to fix it. When the text is scrolling, yeah, we don't have the button come up, but whenever the text has no momentum at all, it stops. Then I want the button to come back up immediately.
To have career their classmates, three men. The professors also IDENT, I Turndar ED.
Yeah. Yeah.
A number of violin students who were very good but not superstar good. We chose 10 of them and matched them with the Turndar RSD-10 by age and sex. These were the better students. Finally, we selected another 10 age and sex-matched violinists from the music education department at the school. These students would most likely end up as music teachers, and while they were certainly skilled musicians when compared to the rest of us, they were clearly less skilled than the violinists.
Alright, here's what I think right now. When I open the playback speed or the subtitle offset, the card is way too tall. I want to make it shorter. There's a lot of space. I want to make it shorter. And also, for the subtitle offset, I want it to be positive 5 seconds to negative 5 seconds. And every time I click on the plus minus button, it should go, yeah, 0.1 is correct by increments. Then also for the playback speed, I want it to be by the increments of 0.5. So right now it's just 0.25. And for the presets ones, I want 0.5, 0.75, 1, 1.5, and 2. So you're gonna have 5 instead of just 4 buttons right now.
In either of the other two groups. Many of the music teachers had unsuccessfully applied to be admitted to the soloist program, and then had been accepted into the music teacher program. This was our good group, which gave us 3 groups that had achieved very DISERENT levels of performance: good, better, and best. We all
It still takes too long to appear when the scroll has completely stopped. And also, the next thing I want to do is when the sound is paused and I scroll it, it doesn't actually come up. So I want to fix that also. Whenever I stop scrolling, I want it to come up. And the other thing is, right now when I click on the jump to current button, the animation is still not good enough. Can you fix it? Why? Use better thinking. Is it the animation? Is it the fade? Is it what is it? Is it the GPU rendering? Some stuff like that. Here's what I'm wondering: is it possible to create a sandbox in my Mac OS when I'm doing Swift development, so that when I use APIs, like DeepSeek, not they can't read my whole file, my whole folder, or my whole computer. They can only read the specific folder that they're working with. And also, what do you think about using DeepSeek sometimes when my cloud usage limit runs out? Do you think it's a good substitute since it's so cheap? Or do you think I'm harming myself in the long run by allowing all my data to be passed through their servers? Hands, yeah, doing no hands, yeah. South side, right. What other providers can I use? Should I use a DeepSeek with Open Router? Is it gonna be the same price? And what else is as cheap as DeepSeek using API usage? Whip it again, whip it up, whip it up, whip it again, yeah. Back in the day, back in the day. Hold on, when's your doing? Alright, so what I meant is actually 0.05, not 0.5. And also for the, preset buttons like 0.51, 1.52, and 2. Wait, no, there's only supposed to be 4. 0.51, 1.5, and 2. There's not supposed to be a 2.5. And also, I want to make these 4 buttons at the bottom slightly larger because right now they are too small. I want to keep the same height for the card, but make these buttons occupy more area. And also right now when I'm sliding on the slider inside the subtitle offset, it's very laggy. It means it's not very intuitive and smooth. Wow, wow, wow.
The 10 village violinists from the Berlin Philharmonic Orchestra, now the Berlin Philharmonic, and the Radio Symphony Orchestra Berlin, 2 orchestras with international reputations. The music teachers at the academy had told us that their best students were likely to end up performing in one of these orchestras or in ensemble.
Okay, one slight problem. Right now when I click on the jump to current button, the button animation I'm talking about, the button itself is, the fade out is still not very smooth yet. It's still quite laggy. Like I can see the actual frames. And the next thing I want to say is like when the text stops scrolling and then there's a pause from then to where you can see the jump to current button appear. I want to cut that time down. And also the next thing is, do you think we should allow the button jump to current to appear when the audio is not playing and the user scroll? Because right now if the audio is not playing and I scroll and it stops, the button doesn't appear. Credit I deserve. Every word. Threat, I'm a threat. Yeah, I'm a threat, threat. Yeah, I'm a threat, threat. Yeah, I'm a threat, threat. And you can run your lips. I can run the checkup and you can run your lips. I can run the checkup and you can run your lips. Run the checkup and you can run your lips. You ain't got shit. Athlete. people girl with me. Jet ski, if they don't like me, it's real me. Dealer ex athlete, used to take people girl with me. Jet ski, if don't like me, then this the real. Alright, so here's what I implement right now. Everything is good. They are working now. Except I think there's one gripe that I still have. Athlete. Used to take people girl with me. Jet ski. If don't like me, then this the real me. Buy some diamonds. I'm gonna buy some diamonds.
Isn't it fascinating how Al has gotten so good to the point that, even Anthropic are using Claude to generate the code for Cloud Code. And I heard there's a stat where 90% of the code in Cloud is actually generated by Cloud Code itself. So, when will we see actual, people?
Okay, here's the first thing I want to add. For what is the architecture right now? Can you explain it to me in basic terms? So right now, I think we trim all the sounds, right? So empty sounds on the back and the start of the clip, we trim it. Is that right? I want to add it back right now, so I need to know what are the numbers dictating it, and also you can read the documentation for these.
People like us, the solo indeed.
One thing I need to solve is that when I'm on notification center and I click on the pause button in the playback control, when I pull down on command center, it's still showing the play animation, not animation, but the play state. It doesn't actually link. So I need to fix that also. For example, if I play on the live, then I go to the command center and click on the pause. The command center shows pause, but the notification center still shows the play in the playback control. Excuse me. Do you think it's better to add back the leading padding silence or add the back, so the end of the chunk I add it back? Because if I add it in the start of the chunk, then every time I play it, this first chunk will have the pause, but that means if I use fast forward and back forward to go to chunks, you can hear the pause. But if I put it at the back, so when you fast forward and back forward, you don't hear the chunk at all. But when the chunk is speaking in a flow, you don't hear that big of a jump, because sometimes when there's no gap at all, it just jumps to the next chunk too quickly. A taking notice of a. My hot tubs and chiller.
Two orchestras with international reputations. The music teachers at the academy had told us that their best students were likely to end up performing in one of these orchestras, or in ensembles of similar quality elsewhere in Germany. Thus, the violinists from these orchestras served as a look to the future, a glimpse of what the best violinists at the music academy were likely to be in another 20 or 30 years. Our goal was to understand what separated the truly outstanding.
How come right now when the audio is paused and I scroll it, I don't actually see the jump to current button actually appearing at all? And now that you fixed it, I think the smooth fade is good now. I like it. The smooth fade is alright. For the button, for the jump to current button. And the next thing I want to solve is when it appears. So do you think we should make it standardized where anytime you scroll away from the current active line, then we'll show the button? Or do you think I should show it when momentum has completely stopped, or when, you know, the momentum has slowed down? Like what kind? Start to double up. I got roll gold stars on a roll retro. 0.3. What is this? Audio trimmer. Audio trimmer. 23. Line 23. I'm gonna switch this to 30. Chose me back. Let's go with option B.
We were looking to see if this traditional view was wrong. The challenge of the violin, it is hard to describe the DIR reflex.
Say that I'm crazy now. Say that I'm crazy then. Crazy man.
Isn't it fascinating how Al has gotten so good to the point that, you know, even Anthropic are using Claude to generate the code for Cloud Code. And I heard there's a stat where 90% of the code in Cloud is actually generated by Cloud Code itself. So, when will we see actual, people like us? You know, the solo indeed dev be able to create a model or create...
Look at crazy man. Look at crazy man. Look at the crazy man. Said I'm crazy then. Look at the crazy man. 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 Look at the crazy man.
Isn't it fascinating how Al has got... And I heard there... So, when will we see actual, people like us? You know, the solo indeed dev be able to create a model or create a product just like Cloud Code using Cloud Code. Because, I think creating,
I'm gonna go ahead and approve this. Wait, I need to look at what's my I still have 98 more, so I can go on. Hand off. Approve it. Let's approve it. Have it. Okay. Go to stream read. Let's go stream read. Let's go. Oh, I haven't compiled it yet. On change. Now the playback speed is the slider has the same problem, but the subtitle offset slider is actually slightly fixed. So implement that to the same one. High life, we're living on a high life. She said one more chance, she said one more chance, she said one more chance, you won't forget it. The question is, how do I develop Xcode project with Git and also with my Conductor macOS app with DeepSeek all in the Dockers. That means I don't want it to be able to leave the folder that I have.
ULTY of playing a violin, one that captures the tone of the instrument, requires a great deal of practice, and learning to play that single note well is just the turned RRSD step in a long and challenging journey. The DIR retroflex C, ULTIES, start with the fact that the violin's turned arranger board has...
How come when the audio is not playing and I scroll the SRT, it still doesn't appear, the button doesn't appear at all, even when the whole thing has completely stopped? Uncle Sam taking bang off the chain. Uncle Sam's taking chains off the chain. High life. Hey, yeah. We're living on a high life. Yeah, 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 yeah. In the subtitle playback speed chord, it does not show the second decimal point, which it has to because the increment is what, 0.05, right? And I also don't know, yeah, just add that in first. Man.
Isn't it fascinating how Al has gotten so good to the point that, you know, even and
Who me, who me? I take this open beat. I smoke myself to sleep. Got myself a freak. Shit, you get too deep. Hey, what? By the, yeah, yeah. Food that's the ocean, yeah. Promotion. Post V, yeah.
isn't it fascinating how Al has gotten so good to the point that you
It still doesn't work. Find out why. And also, there's one thing I need to fix, which is that I only feel the light tap once, and then all the subsequent times I don't feel the light tap. It's just the vibrate. And when I go to the echo flow, I see that they're actually not capturing anything past the first light tap and the first vibrate on the first screen. After I scroll down, they're not capturing anything else because I don't feel the light tap at all, and I don't know why the light tap isn't coming on. Check what is wrong with the code. Check if there's a bug. Just want some paper, more blade, young and dangerous. We be ballin' hard. I just want some paper. Let me blade. Set the racket straight. Ooh me, ooh me. NCAA. We the young and dangerous. We be ballin' hard.
There's no frets. The metal ridges found on a guitar's turned orange board that the ULTIES start with the
When the audio is playing and I scroll down, I see it saying jump to current with the arrow pointing up, which is correct. And when I scroll out, I see it, the button jump to current with the arrow coming down, showing down, which is correct. However, when the audio is paused and I scroll it, I see that the jump to current arrow is actually wrong. Can you fix that? Why doesn't it reflect what's supposed to be the actual case?
Because the
And also, I think we can do much better on the jump to current button, the way it fades out. Right now, the animation, there's still like a two-step jankiness. Can we make it smoother? Something like a iOS native feel. NCAA, we the young and dangerous. We be balling hard. I just want some paper. NCAA, young and dangerous. I just want some paper. NCAA, send the record straight. Ooh, man. Come on in. NCAA. I just want some paper. For the subtitle offset, can you add another button next to the 1x, edit 1.25? Right on machines. These are a few of my favorite things. These are a few of my favorite things. I said me.
The win-loss of a chess competition or a head-to-head race, or at least semi-objective ways, such as evaluation by expert judges.
Right now, the jump to current button arrow is still wrong. Wrong in the sense that, you know, when the audio is playing and I scroll, if I scroll up, which means I'm going down, the arrow shows down at first, but then it corrects itself to up. But when the music is not, when audio is not playing, it always shows down. So I need to fix that. What is the fix? Can you think harder, or can you just put this bug of mine or request of mine in a prompt? Then I'll put it off to another model in order to plan and do it. I say me. I say me. Burger King.
To measure performance. This makes sense. If there is no agreement on what good performance is and no way to tell what changes would improve performance, then it is very CULT, often impossible, to develop ECTIVE training methods. If you don't know for sure what constitutes improvement, how can you develop methods to improve performance? Second, These turndar ELDS tend to be competitive enough that performers have strong incentive to practice and improve. Third, these turndar ELDS are generally well established, with the relevant skills having been developed over decades or
Great. Now I need you to make the range for subtitle offset from 10 seconds positive to 10 seconds negative. And I also don't know why, now that I've changed it previously, I only need like 0.6 seconds to make it in sync, but right now I need more than 5. What's the problem? Did we edit something that we weren't supposed to? Alright, right now I want you to edit the subtitle offset to make it 10 seconds positive and 10 seconds negative. And what did we change to the underlying? Because usually I only need about negative 0.6 seconds to make it in sync, but right now I need more than negative 5 seconds to actually sync up the audio and the SRT. Did we change anything? I thought we just made changes to the UI only. Yo, can you make the subtitle offset to positive 10 and negative 10 because I need more headroom. And also, what do we make changes to the underlying? How come usually we only need 0.6 seconds to sync up the SRT and the audio file, but right now we need more than negative 5 seconds? Yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah. Buddha, blast this beat, psychedelic flow. In a double cut with a double yo. When I'm porno, C level, G level, long as I'm gonna see her. Money in the way for what they gotta say. It's coming dumb, it's definitely in the way. More 3, talking big flex. Turn the phone on, then she's still testing. For what they gotta say. It's definitely in the way. It's definitely in the way. The badges get replaced. Whatever's in the safe, I put it in your face. Came from canned goods.
a blog post, or a book. There has been quite a bit of research into the representations people use when writing, and the research has demonstrated a profound D-I-S-E-R-E-N-C-E between the methods used by expert writers and those used by novices. Consider, for example, the answer that a 6th grader OSHERED when asked about the strategy he used in writing an essay. I have a whole bunch of ideas and write down till my supply of ideas is exhausted. Then I might try to think of more ideas up to the point where you can't get any more ideas that are worth putting down on paper, and then I would end it. This approach is actually pretty typical.
For what they gotta say, it's coming down, it's definitely in the way. Turn the phone on, then she's still testing. Money in the way for what they gotta say. Winning, I'm winning, I'm winning, I'm winning, I'm winning. Winning, I'm winning, I'm winning, I'm winning, I'm winning. I'm rare. 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 Like a $2 bill. Like a $2 bill. Like a $2 bill. Like a $2 bill. I'm rare. I'm rare. I'm rare. I'm rare, 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 I'm rare, I'm rare.
Isn't it fascinating how Al has gotten so good to the point that, you know, even Anthropic are using Claude to generate the code for Cloud Code. And I heard there's a stat where 90% of the code in Cloud is actually generated by Cloud Code itself. So, when will we see actual, people like us? You know, the solo and because, I think creating. Yeah, that's for sure. But what's stopping us from, you know, using Cloud Code to actually learn about how to create an LLM or do the RTX picture and stuff behind? Great questions. Let me untangle a few things here. First, a small correction. It's now to your actual question. Absolutely. Yeah, Claude Code can help you. Nothing is stop. What actually stop? It,
Still not fixed. So when I'm on the notification playback control center and I click on pause, the command center doesn't update. It's still showing play. Is that supposed to be the case when I work with live stream? What if I go online and try to live stream right now and I click pause in one? Is it supposed to be reflected all over? And the next thing I want to talk about is actually, um, next thing I want to talk about is, oh yeah, the next thing I want to talk about is this bug where you can see if I keep on skipping the files, you suddenly see a cancel, then the whole thing is gone. I don't understand why is there this behavior. I need to fix it. $2 bill. $2 bill. It's still not fixed yet. The bug is still there. I'm trying to fix it. One in.
Not just for sixth graders, but for many people who don't write for along that path is up to you. Production. The gift. If perfect pitch is indeed a genetic gift, then the only way that the tonal language connection would make sense would be if people of Asian ancestry are more likely to have genes for perfect pitch than people whose ancestors came from elsewhere, such as Europe. Living. The representation of the writing is simple and direct. There's a topic and there are various thoughts that the writer has. One, the power of purposeful practice in just our fourth session together. Steve was already beginning to sound discouraged. It was Thursday of the turned RRSD week of it. One, the power of purposeful practice in just our fourth session together. Steve was already beginning to sound discouraged. It was Thursday of the turned RRSD week of an experiment that I had expected to last for 2 or 3 months. But from what Steve was telling me, it might not make much sense to go on. There appears to be a limit for me somewhere around 8 or 9 digits, he told me, his words captured by the tape or triple B, a CK turned our retroflex, allows them to climb more quickly and with become an expert. I've spent my career studying this second sort of turn-dar design in its details. Feng based his methods on some of the well-known techniques I mentioned above. Feng started by developing a set of memorable images that he associated.
Hey, hey, what's up? Who's watching right now? Let's go. Hey, what's up? Hey, what's up, bro? Let's go. What are you working on, man? Are you working on anything? One viewer in the chat. Let's get it, guys. Let's fucking go. Tell my mama I hear the leak. Tell my mama I hear the leak. Mama, I hear the leak. Mama, I hear the leak. Alright, we just finished this album. Let's move on. What other albums can we listen to? Something that's gonna make us turned up, you know. Days Before Rodeo. I feel like that's pretty good. Days Before Rodeo. Let's get it. Days Before Rodeo. How do I search? Days Before Rodeo. Rodeo. Let's go. Let's go. Hey. Hey. Yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Don't switch.
Associated with each of the 100 pairs of digits from 0 through 90. Next, he developed a
One request I have. Can you add back the subtitle offset? Right now it's missing. Can you add back the subtitle offset? It's missing right now. Back in the room. No, no, don't switch. Damn, he woke me up early. But one. Alright, let's run this build. Let's run this build. Come on. I've been up and down for days. The night gets better. In the hills, I hear you calling. Miles and miles away. We both had options.
Isn't it fascinating how Al and say.
When you're all alone in the room, I know you wanna.
Isn't it fascinating how Al has gotten so good to the point that, even Anthropic are using Claude to generate the code?
Yo, this is bad. This is fucking bad. Man. This is so annoying, bro. This is so fucking annoying. I think we might need to pull out the beast. We might need to pull out the beast. We might need to pull out the beast. Then we're gonna figure out how to actually get it. Migo! Know that she got it. Know that she got it. Migos know that I got it.
Order. This is a latter-day version of the memory palace that people have used since the time of the ancient Greeks to remember large amounts of information. When Feng hears a string of digits, he takes each set of 4 numbers, encodes it as a pair of images corresponding to the Turndar RSD 2 digits in the set and the second 2, and mentally places that pair of images in the appropriate location along his mental map. For example, in one trial, he encoded the 4-digit string 6389 as a banana, 63, and a monk 89, and then mentally placed them in a pot. To remember the image, he thought to himself, "There is a banana in the pot. A monk split the banana." Once all of the digits in the list have been read out, Feng recalls the numbers by mentally traveling along the route of his map, remembering which images sat in each location, and then translating those images back into the corresponding numbers. Like Steve before him, Feng is enlisting his long-term memory, creating associations between the numbers in the string and items already in his long-term memory, thus moving far beyond the limitations imposed by short-term memory. But Feng is doing it in a much more sophisticated and ECTIVE way than Steve was. Today's memory competitors can learn from the experiences of those who came before them. They identify the best practitioners, an easy task because it comes down to who can memorize the most digits, and then they determine what enabled these practitioners to.
No, that she got it. I know that she got it. Know that she got it. I know that she got it. I know that she got it. Great, I like this implementation. There's just one thing I need to solve, which is that when I open it up, when I click on SRT sync and open it up, and when I close it, okay, let's say while the audio is playing, and I click on it to open it up, and when I close it, the audio jumps. The audio kind of like refreshes and it jumps. Can you find out what's the bug over there? Daddy, I know that she got it. I know that she got it. Know that she got it. I know that she got it. I know that she got it. Know that she got it. I know that she got it. I know that she got it. Yo, this is so shit. This is so shit right now. I don't even know if I wanna. Should I even push this back? Yeah, I think we should just do a quick commit. Other side, it's blue. Alright, here's what I need to plan now, which is the direction and which way forward I want to adopt or go with, moving down the road. So right now, what I have is a working prototype, but it's a really bad prototype. What I can do now is basically I just go to the app, click on start broadcast, then when I feel the light medium tap, I'll just steady the screen, and after 1 second, the vibrate is gonna come on, which the OCR is gonna capture the screen, and I'm just gonna keep on doing this until the areas I want to actually have it read out to me. But I feel like this is not very intuitive, right? You need to scroll it in order for the phone. I want something where I can quickly scroll all the way from the top to all the way to the bottom. I don't have to slow down at all, and we're gonna use I'm thinking about the only thing I need to fix is what happens when the OCR captures, like when the screen is in motion, so you see a lot of blurred, all the blurred text. Should I use an LLM to clean it up then? Will it be too much to do on device itself? Will it be inefficient? Will it take a lot of battery? That's the architecture I'm trying to decide, because what I'm planning to do is like you can talk to your you can use voice with your app or make it read out to you, but you don't want to actually have to slowly capture all the things by scrolling. I think that's very inefficient, so I want a way that they can just read whatever's on your screen by the time you move it. Let me know if I'm not being clear enough, and you can ask me questions about how I actually want it to work. Back out with you. Back out with you. Let's do push-ups, okay? Let's get it. Come on. I want to do 20. Mamacita, cita, cita, mamacito. Need ya, need ya, need ya. Here's how I want it to work. I want to be able to scroll quickly, scroll from the top to the bottom, and it's gonna keep all the text in buffer. And how they're gonna know which text is supposed to be in which line, what's the order? They're gonna use the diffing mechanism. So they'll see, okay, the previous sentence already has this, so I just need to copy this and this matches each other, so they should be appended right below, or something like that. And I can have it read out while it captures new text instead of capturing everything, going to the app, clicking on transcribe and come back. I don't want it to be like that. I want it so that I can capture, put everything in buffer, then it's gonna start live streaming the text to me, and I can choose like from the controls. I can choose next chunk, previous chunk, keep going if I don't want to hear what I'm seeing, something like that. It is mixed, but usually it's gonna be something like in your AI chat app, OpenAI, ChatGPT, Claude app, and sometimes even Twitter articles. It's quite clean, I would say, or sometimes even Reddit forums. Say so. Just a P.
Others who want to acquire similar skills. Thus, while digit memory training isn't deliberate practice in its strictest sense, it captures the most important element, learning from the best predecessors. And that has proved enough to
Mamacita, cita, cita. Alright, here's what I want you to do right now. If you can read the Git log, you can see that there used to be a button on the left which is actually for the subtitle offset, and it's supposed to look the same like the playback speed on the right of the next 10 seconds button. So I want to add it back, and instead of, right now what it is I click the SRT sync in at the top of the progress bar in order to see the slider. Here's what I want. I want the button to be left of the previous 10 seconds button. However, when I click it, I want the position of the slider to be exactly where it is right now, and the animation to be the same. So the only thing that's changing is actually, in order to activate it, you tap on the button next to the previous 10 seconds button instead of what it is right now, which is the top, the SRT sync text. I'm playing with this. I'm playing with this. Here's the thing. Right now, the OCR is about, I think, intervals of 2 seconds. So 1 second you feel the haptic, then 1 second later you feel the actual vibration, which is the OCR capturing the screen. Then 1 second later you hear the haptic. That's how it works. But actually, even right now, it doesn't work perfectly because sometimes the light medium tap doesn't happen until you do a slide up to down quick scroll. Then it only triggers it. So it's not even working perfectly right now. The question is, should I put it down? Right now the OCR is about what, 1 second. Should I put it down to capture every 0.5? So I'm gonna have a whole wall of text. I'm gonna use like machine learning, and not machine learning, that's too advanced for something to run on iPhone. But I'm gonna use algorithms in order to append and stitch all the text together. And since the OCR captures most of the stuff, and as long as you don't scroll too fast, if we capture it 0.5 seconds, I think we can get a pretty clear image. I'm playing with this. I'm playing with this.
generate rapid improvements in the Turndar ELD. This is the basic blueprint for getting better in any pursuit. Get as close to deliberate practice as you can. If you're in a Turndar ELD deliberate practice is an option, you should take that option. If not, apply the principles of deliberate practice as much as possible. In practice, this often boils down to purposeful practice with a few extra steps. Turned RRSD, identify the expert performers, then turned argue out what they do that makes them so good.
For now, I think you remove the SRT subtitle text when the slider is has appeared. Add it back and also add back the reset button. So it's supposed to look exactly the same. However, you don't trigger it by clicking on the text. You trigger it by clicking on the button now. But when it appears, it should look exactly like previously, where you have the SRT button, SRT text, then you have the amount next to it, then you have the reset on the right. Sun goes down, neighbors say the smile's too loud.
Where deliberate practice is an option, you should take that option. If not, apply the principles of deliberate practice as much as possible. In practice, this often boils down to purposeful practice with a few extra steps. Turned RRSD, identify the expert performers, then turned argue out what they do that makes them so good, then come up with training techniques that allow you to do it too. In determining who the experts are, the ideal is to use some objective measure to separate the best from the rest. This is relatively easy in those areas that involve direct competition, such as individuals' peanuts that smelled so good that he could barely contain his hunger. Some adults will remember all of the words in perfect order, and most people will remember most of the sentence. What's the DISHERENCE? The second arrangement carries meaning that allows us to make sense of the words using pre-existing mental representations. They're not random, they mean something, and meaning aids memory. Similarly, chess masters don't develop some incredible memory for where individual pieces sit on a board. Instead, their memory is very context dependent. It is only for patterns of the sort that would appear in a normal game. The ability to recognize and remember
problems, but appears tan and strong if slow on his feet. He's 6'1" and handsome in the way of a 1940s movie star. He has large, expressive eyes under dark eyebrows, an imperial Roman nose, a strong success as a product of his humble, thoughtful, inspiring character. But Gallimore and Tharp showed that his success was a result less of his character than of his error-centered, well-planned, information-rich practices. In fact, it was Wooden's commitment to this method of learning that led him to agree to participate in Gallimore and Tharp's experiment in the turned RRSD place. As Wooden later explained, he had hoped to use the experience to improve shortcomings in his coaching. The wizard's secret, it turned out, was the same secret that the Renaissance artists and the Z-Boys discovered. The deeper you practice, the better you get. Gallimore and Tharp returned to keep that fall and began to apply what they'd learned, placing a new focus on lesson planning and information-oriented teaching. They combined praise with Wooden's. They demonstrated and explained. They spoke in short, imperative bursts. They also added other new
Jeez. Help me find out why my merge is failing. And help me merge it onto the develop branch. Bad bar. All these. I'm a 90s baby. Babe! Are you sure there's a merge success? But how come when I build it, I see the old version instead of what, the fix I implemented is actually? Kissing.
Research, including a mix of cultural-based approaches. We refocused our work, Gallimore said. We started approaching the school with the idea of what would John Wooden do. Slowly, steadily, Keep began to take OESH. Reading scores rose, comprehension improved, and the school, which had previously lagged far behind national averages in standardized test scores, was soon exceeding them by a healthy
Alright. Here's what I want you to help me do next. I have a file, not the file, a Git branch that I actually want, but the only thing I want to merge it to the current develop branch is the subtitle, not the subtitle, the playback speed, right? That's the only thing I want to put it in. So help me with that. I'm gonna drop the work tree to you. Where's the work tree? Wow. Shut him up, buddy. What's up, guys? We back. We back, guys. Yeah, we back. Alright, let's go. Alright, so we've been streaming for how long? We've been streaming for 2 hours already. Now we're gonna lock in. We're gonna go harder, okay? I don't wanna buy no more. Yo, she ain't getting me high no more. Calling, the jacket and falling, this falling. Alright, I approved this plan, but can you help me merge whatever's in the develop? Not merge. Like I want to duplicate the branch. So whatever's in develop right now, I want you to clone it to a new branch called architecture underscore old. Straight up. Alright, here's what I want. I want you to implement the playback button, not button, but the playback chord from this branch. I'm gonna give you the branch later. Finesse and finesse. I don't know. Iceman. Don't fade away. Shebang. All of my ups. Me up. My head. Whoa. A dome. And it's cooked. It's booked. But shit. Man, skip. Need one. If you need one. Shebang. It's me up. My head. I won't. Don't. Shebang. Dede. How come when you implement it and I run it, then my subtitle offset button is missing now? No, previously it was already in the develop branch. The way that I want the subtitle SRT offset to work is already in develop branch, but when you implemented these from the subtitle offset UI variations, it stopped being there. Find out why. Growing up to do. La, la. Manifestation. No, that's not what I meant. I want the subtitle offset to be the same as the develop branch initially, which is like it opens up a slider right below the subtitles. Shouldn't treasure the people that love me, gonna love me forever. Sickening thing. Spur of the moment, cause why? We thank you for getting a ring. This is the exact implementation I want for the subtitle offset, which is not what you have right now. I want what I have already in this develop branch. Six. You did. Lunch froze. Lobby phone. Use the develop branch. It's supposed to look like that. To shit up again. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Outside the bad is what he was. You know what I'm saying? But my run, you know what I'm saying? GZ1, you know what I'm saying? I don't do what's done, he's done. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Man. No, I can't. Embarrassment, the only thing I'm getting second hand. It costs a lot for the little Mercedes driving in. Come right now, bring a friend for a friend. Come right now, bring a friend for a friend. You know what I'm saying? Outside the bed is what it was. You know what I'm saying? Tell you about my run. You know what I'm saying? 21. You know what I'm saying? I just on some slime shit. I just help me push this to remote in the develop branch. On some slime shit. Hannah Montana, Mole Santana, or Hannah Montana, Mole Santana, no Hannah Montana. I spent turn. I spent turn. I spent turn. What else? I spent turn. I spent turn. I spent turn. Like we move out of the neighborhood. I spent turn. Wish I never met. A. Had my success. A. Here's what I want you to do. I want you to use these branch that I already have, and the only thing I want you to implement is the playback, the speed, playback speed. Other than that, don't implement anything else, and use this branch, and don't touch the subtitle SRT offset at all. This is what I want you to do right now. I'm gonna paste in the branch, and I want you to implement the card for the playback speed. Hang around, try me, let's go. How did I miss? What did I miss? What did I miss? What did I miss? What did I miss? No, don't go into subtitle offset UI variation. I want to create a work tree from the develop branch. Can't say it didn't surprise me the last time I looked to my left. Beside me. A date, guys. For left eye. With my hit high. So the pop out show. Since headlines. Nobody there. Tombstones. And nobody cares. Tombstone. Too long. Let's go. Let's go, let's go. Let's go. Let's go, let's go. Let's go. Let's go, let's go. What did I miss? What did I miss? Bar for bars. From Atlanta, Santa, girls from Australia. What can I say to y'all? You know I love so much. Than us.
The margin. In 1993, Gallimore and Tharp's Keep project received the Gromher Award, one of education's highest honors. Their success was chronicled in their book, Rousing Minds to Life. It's not so simple as to say John Wooden made the school work. There were lots of dimensions.
Slips. Going like that. I don't remember it going like that. I am. So I rise up. Samuel Bankman freed all the guys up. If it's up to me, everyone signed up. If it's up to me, if it's up to me, if it's up to me, everyone signed up. Go blow this or your planks. I am. Crypto advisor. The guy though. Those are my haters. Those are my trusted. How come when I do the run script and click on number 3, I try to merge it to the develop branch, I can't do it because it says that this error. Help me fix it so that in the future I don't face this error anymore. I tried and tried and tried to the R is just placed with the I. Felt in a while. Think that I need you to think those things. I got bigger than what's on my mind. I'll take it eye for eye. I'll send out a boy to the sky. Didn't cry. Cause that's definitely not the guy. business. Meeting it, because I know they'll never consider it. Iceman, baby, rise up. Here's what I need you to work on right now. You can see that the play button has some gap to the tab bar, and I want to close that gap. Tell me which lines I should change. I tried and tried and tried. To the R is placed with the I. Da 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 da. Hey. Listen up, it's about to be smoke. Ain't nothing but some shit I wrote. Like your shoes, I got a mic to use to talk back the way you pussies. I don't like you fools. Baby, we're crazy. Walk, yank, range, just the bangs. Wow, living large. Boulevard, took it hard. They low, they go. Radio, too hard for the fucking radio. Radio, too hard for the fucking radio. First off, slash, push it to the max. What? Wah, living large. Boulevard, took it hard. They go, they go. For the fucking radio. Too hard for the fucking radio. Too hard for the fucking radio. Too hard for the fucking radio. Prince of Persia. A good TD surgeon. 954. A little birdie said, "You did me dirty." And the story keeps on getting worse. I'm getting worried. What about the lines I should change if I want to make the previous and forward buttons bigger? It's so annoying. Leave it in. Leave it in. His and hers. Mixing Virgil. Prince of Persia. Vertically. DJ Fresco 954. DJ Fresco 954. Getting worried.
At her studio, she mentioned that her house had caught turned RRE last year. How big a turned RRE? I asked. I wasn't there.
West side, east side. Party. Party. Sorry. She wanna go party. Here's the bug I currently have. When I click on the search subtitles, then the keyboard expands. The play button goes up by itself before the whole section goes up. So you can see that the play button is actually right above the progress bar. Find out what is this bug and fix it.
And told me.
is it possible to, when I long press on the forward 10 seconds or previous 10 seconds button, instead of nothing happening, I want it to actually keep going 10 seconds back. Like instead of me tapping it one by one, I want to hold it so that it keeps on going. Just like how Apple Music, when you hold on the previous or forward button, it moves itself instead of only moving one song at a time. On the west side, west side, east side. Party. Be.
I didn't go to college until my kids were in high school, and so I've been on both sides of that. I know the world they.
She wanna go party. Are you able to make the select audio words at the top of the player page actually go to the button, the arrow down button, so that it's together and you can see the select audio instead of it taking up the whole horizontal space? Enemies got a lot of enemies. Here's the next thing I need to work on. Right now, the jump to current line, that kind of button, the arrow still isn't very accurate. Sometimes it's a 50% chance of whether it correct or wrong. So I need to fix it so that it's more consistent and more accurate. I just wanna be free. Free. I just wanna be free. It's millimeters.
Isn't it fascinating how Al has gotten so good to the point that, you know, even Anthropic are using Claude to generate the code for Cloud Code? And I heard there's a stat where 90% of the code in Cloud is actually generated by Cloud Code itself. So, when will we see Great questions. Let me untangle a few things here. First, a small correction. It's Claude Code, not Cloud Code. And the stat you're thinking of is that a large percentage of Anthropic's own code is now written with Claude's assistance, though I'd want to verify the exact 90% figure before confirming it. Now to your actual questions. Can Claude Code help you learn to build an LLM? Absolutely, yes, right now. Claude Code can help you understand transformer architecture, right training. VLUSUNs. Let me enlarge Drew Teig here. First, a small correction. It's Claude Code, not Cloud Code. And the stat you're thinking of is that a large percentage of Anthropic's own code is now written with Claude's assistance, though I'd want to verify the exact 90% figure before confirming it. Now to your actual questions. Can Claude Code help you learn to build an LLM? Absolutely, yes, right now. Claude Code can help you understand transformer architecture, write training loops, explain backpropagation, help you fine-tune existing models, and walk you through papers like attention is all you need. Nothing is stopping you from doing this today. What actually stops a solo dev from building something like Claude? It's almost entirely compute and data, not knowledge. Training a frontier model costs tens to hundreds of millions of dollars in GPU time. You need massive, curated datasets. Then there's the RLHF alignment work on top of that, but here's the more interesting framing. You probably don't need to train a model from scratch. The solo dev path that's actually viable right now is use existing models, Claude, Llama, Mistral. As the brain build products on top of them, using APIs, use Claude Code.
Yo, how do I fork the conversation in? How do I fork it in conductor? I need to search it out. How to fork? Yo, wait, I want to give you all an update right now. So, this is what we have been trying to do. So previously, I was testing out this idea of how you can actually, whenever you talk to your phone, I want it to be like a Siri kind of thing where you can just listen to it back, or you can just say, "Oh, can you read this screen?" Right? Any screen. It can be Twitter, X, articles, Reddit forums, whatever. And the first MVP that I actually came up with is actually to have the OCR, right? The OCR is gonna scan all the text in the what, then you're gonna activate it from the command center. You're gonna scroll all the text you want, then you go back to the app and click on speak aloud. Great, but it's very it's not frictionless at all. It's very hard for the users to adopt it because why? You need a lot of step processes in order to get it to run. Yeah, it's definitely better than selecting the first word and dragging it all the way to the bottom just to copy and paste it into a text to speech generator, but it's still not as good as Claude's built-in the play feature where you can just play it, then they'll give you the sound in from a third party like 11 Labs or something like that, the speech. So what I tried to come up with is I fed it to the I made it plan, right? Opus. I said this is the feature I want. I want it to read the screen and um, you know read it out simultaneously. So it just doesn't read it, then I have to go back to the app to generate it. It reads and generates at the same time. And the best part about it is just now I tried it and it works. So it works so well. I mean, like there's still some duplicates in the text, but it works so well that I actually think that the idea is validated. This is going to be a very strong idea because imagine what you can do when you have your phone as an executive assistant. You can just talk to it. You can just ask it any questions and have it read out to you at once. You can read Twitter, anything, have it read out to you. That's very interesting. That's very exciting. And bro, I took a while just now. I almost, bro, I ain't gonna lie. I think I cried because like, bro, are you fucking serious right now? Just 2 days ago, I didn't know shit about this project at all. I didn't know shit about what to do, how is things gonna move forward. But today, after trial and error, after steady progress, forward momentum, and failures, bombarding failures all the damn time, failure after failure after failure, I finally got it to work. And here's the thing that I think a lot of developers or people like us actually have to deal with, which is whenever we get a working version, we tend to start to tell ourselves, "Yo, let's take a break. Let's go off and keep this project to the side first." Why? Because we're scared of further failure. We're scared that if we keep on going, we're gonna hit a point where we see failure again. Because right now we have achieved mild success, right? Yes, it has worked. Is it working very well? No, not yet. At least, not to the point that I want it to yet. But is it working? It is working. Is our idea validated? It's validated. So here's the problem I think a lot of developers have. They are in this current state where after a huge amounts of failures, they finally hit the spot. They got a right result. But then they're afraid that by taking another step forward, by moving another step in the forward direction, they're gonna erase all of these and they're gonna face another setback, another failure again. And that's why a lot of us, whenever we hit this kind of milestone, we tend to turn off the project, put it to one side, and start doing something else because we're scared of failure. But what I'm gonna do today, and all of you here are gonna hold me accountable, is I'm gonna push through it. So right now, the idea validation is good. I'm not gonna rest. I'm gonna feed the result back in, create a feedback loop, tell it, so this is what I got. What do you think is missing? And what do you think is far from our result? And what can I do to fix it? That is the thing I'm gonna do. Alright, let's get it. Okay, so first thing first, I want to learn how to fork the conversation in Conductor macOS. Is it Command Shift B? How do I fork it? Man, oh. How do I fork the conductor macOS app? How do I fork the conductor macOS app? I want to fork the conversation. I just wanna be free. do I for? Oh yeah, 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 okay. Can you save this plan in a documentation file in the slash docs folder and call it plan screen scroll OCR implementation after old architecture.md? So supposedly, I think this is jump line accuracy. So if I scroll down, it's supposed to show jump to current up, but very nice. Plan it first. Create, hypotheses. What you think went wrong. What do you think is the cause, and create solutions to them. Then find out which one is the most likely, and I'll pass it on to someone else to implement the fix. Alright guys, welcome back. Now we're gonna continue working, okay? We're gonna do some changes. Let's play music. Alright, before we start, let's do 10 push-ups to freshen up our body. Let's go. Let's get it. Alright. What's first? Okay, first off, hold continues to skip. Let's check what's this repo about. Build it. You're not about to squeeze. You're not in the streets.
It took 6 turned RRE engines to put it out. I lost everything: my piano, passport, clothing, photos, toothbrush, all burned up. My cockatoo Cleo got singed, but she made it. I didn't mind losing my
It still doesn't work. I hold it down, but the progress bar isn't moving at all. You know I pop up. Okay. Okay. You gotta whisper my name. Let's go. You gotta whisper my name. I'm doing a big one. You're doing a little one. What kind of man are you? A middle one. My brother said you want a new beam. I'ma get one. My new thing to know how we live. She shopping everyone. Brother gonna fuck the gift. He popping at everyone. Disinfectable smoke when you see me. Pentagon. What's my name? You know I pop out. Say you man. Help me right now.
TUS, but I minded losing the time. That's what's precious to me. I've had to move like 6 times in the last year while we built a new place, so that isn't any fun. But you know what? Seption gave me a frank, dazzling smile. But I minded losing the time. That's what's precious too. Seption has had some practice rebuilding. In her early 20s, she had a successful opera singing career, performing with the New Orleans Symphony Orchestra and a marriage to a famous football player, Dallas Cowboys placekicker Raphael Seption. But when she was in her late 20s, her opera career stalled out, and her marriage did likewise.
When I see your face,
In 1984, pregnant with her turned RRSD child on the
Go away.
verge of separating from her husband, she went to Nashville with the idea of making a transition to popular music.
can I relocate? I just can't walk away. Just the thought of it is not okay. Occasionally when I scroll down, it still says the arrow still shows down, and when I scroll up, sometimes it works, but sometimes it still doesn't work. It's not very consistent. I need to fix it. Why jump to current? The arrow has a hard time, pinpointing whether the active line is below or above, and tweak the arrow accordingly. Have the part to piss in. Now they drop the as much drop addiction. Supervision. Even post your single, damn. Where she at? Where she at? I'm off a quay, make my body tingle. Where she at? Where she at? Baby mama even post your single. I'm off a quay, make my body tingle. Where she at? Where she at? Where she at? Where she at? Twist, 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 twist a minute.
Application. See how the matrix functions in a moment. For now, the point is that people are not born with this depth of knowledge. It's something they grow over time through the same combination of ignition and deep practice as any other skill. One does not become a master coach by accident. Many of the coaches
It still doesn't work. Where is it supposed to work? Is it the notification center or... Oh, okay, so now in the app itself it works already, but in the notification center it still doesn't work. I can tap on the previous 10 or forward 10 seconds for a long time and it still doesn't, actually work. But in the app itself it's working, so that's a good sign. Twisting at me. Twisting it. Twist. 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 Bees on the table, bees on the table, bees on the table. On the table, bees on the bees on the table, bees on the table. Okay, 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 okay.
Long, intimate conversation, a series of signals at the spot on the edge of each individual student's ability, and to send the right signals to help the student reach toward the right goal over and over. As with any complex skill, it's really a combination of several
Boyfriend is a fisherman. Me, baby. Need me, baby. Baby. Please me, baby. Pull up, Maybach, beep, beep, baby. Hits, hits, baby.
ISHERENT qualities, what I have called the four virtues. The matrix, the first virtue. The coaches and teachers I met at the talent hotbeds were mostly older. More than half were in their 60s or 70s. All had spent decades, usually several, intensively learning how to coach. This is not a coincidence. In fact, it's a prerequisite because it builds the neural superstructure that is the most essential part of their skills, their matrix. Matrix is Gallimore's word for the vast grid of TASKSPECI turned RC knowledge that distinguishes the best teachers and allows them to creatively and ESHECTIVELY respond.
Here's the good part. When the audio is playing and I scroll, I get the correct arrows, even though sometimes, you know, it corrects itself from the wrong one. But when the audio is not playing, the consistency is still not there, so fix it. How do I test it now? Do I just build it and run it once? For real. Ooh. 50 at least.
Coach by accident. Many of the coaches I met shared a similar biographical arc. They had once been promising talents in their respective turn-dar ELDS, but failed and tried to turn-dar out why. A good example is Louis Cineborn Lindeception, who eventually
Is this change, supposed to fix the notification center? So when I'm in the notification center and I click on the previous button long time, it's gonna keep going backward. Is that supposed to be the case? Because it's not working right now. Do you think we need to create a new hypothesis plan? What's potentially where it went wrong and what we can do to fix it? Then we implement it again. Shut the fuck up.
Isn't it fascinating how Al has gotten so good?
How come when I run it, it doesn't read by itself anymore? Previously, when I run it and after it scans the text, it's gonna read while I'm still in the app. I don't have to go back to the app, but right now it doesn't work anymore. How come? What changed? I got enemies, got a lot of enemies. Girls from Atlanta, call me Santa. Girls from.
she said. It took 6 turn-dar engines to put it out. I lost everything: my piano, passport, clothing, photos, toothbrush, all burned up. My cockatoo Cleo got singed, but she made it. I didn't mind losing my STUsh, but I minded losing the time. That's what's precious to me. I've had to move like 6 times in the last year while we built a new place, so that isn't any fun. But you know what?
Still not working very consistently, especially when the audio is paused. Use your best ability to find out what is the current architecture right now, how does it work, and how do we fix it, and what's usually done, in apps like Waze and stuff like that. How do they actually handle it? Or, even iOS native apps, how do they handle this kind of stuff?
Isn't it fascinating?
Damn. Alright, something broke, so now I need to. Alright, what I need to do is very simple. Just create a new workspace, create it from the branch. What's the branch? Plan screen scroll. Type a hi in there. Hi. Then I'm gonna run the first script. Run number one. Stop it. Then I'm gonna click on that.
Isn't it fascinating how Al has gotten
Seption gave me a frank, dazzling smile. I like the new house better, I really do. Seption has had some practice rebuilding. In her early 20s, she had a successful
Right now, when the audio is playing, everything works great, but when the audio is not playing, it's still very inconsistent. Why is that? I realized something right now when the OCR is running. Previously, it would immediately fire up the audio so you can hear it while the OCR is still running and I'm still in the app. But right now, how come it doesn't work anymore? Has anything changed over there, or what happened? Was previously just something luck based? Is this something that's actually connected to the code, or was it just luck based that it played while it's actually processing the OCR in real time?
opera singing career, performing with the New Orleans Symphony Orchestra, and a marriage to a famous producer on the classical and rearing to fail like a trickle of kids who wanted to be pop stars.
The compute wall for training is real. The wall for building with AI, that one is basically gone. Okay, first of all, I want to know how did the Peter levels. I hope guy on Twitter that, built about 70 products and have a multi. Isn't it fascinating how Al has gotten
I said, why not? I knew pop music. I just had to turn dark.
When the music is paused, it's still not the music. When the audio file is paused, it still doesn't work reliably. Can you just give me a simple reason why it doesn't actually work after so many tries that we have attempted? What do you think is the appropriate time? Should it be 10 seconds or 5 seconds? Which one's better? Easy. Here's the fix I want to do. Alright, you try to build it this way first, and if it doesn't work, then we're gonna go to the final way that I have. It still doesn't read out exactly when, you know, the OCR is enabled. Previously it did, but I don't know why it doesn't anymore. Hey, hey. Can I cache it? Knocking at your door, I ain't gotta work anymore. at the door. Alright, so here's what I want to implement next. So whenever I long tap on a line, it shows me that the line is selected, and it says copy line or jump to this line. So here's what I want. Sometimes I have multiple lines that I want to select. So can you make the similar checkbox, round checkbox in iOS? I'll give you an example of a native iOS app. For example, on iOS 18 in the Mail app, you can click on select, then you can see the round checkbox appear. That's the same feature I want. I want it to appear on the left side of the line so that I can select which are the lines that I want to select. And then after I select it, I want to be able to copy it. So the way that I copy it is I want to have the how wait you can suggest to me how we should allow user to select copy. And also, if the user only long taps on one line, then I want the current one to be copy line and jump to this line. Ask if you have any questions. To be alive, that's it. Boo faces. Look on again. Hide the eye skin.
Just like cloud code using cloud code. Because I think isn't it fascinating how Al has got
Right now, when the screen record broadcasting activates, the sound does not play immediately. There's no sound anymore. How come? Can you think about it? Think about what may have went wrong. Where might it have went wrong, and how do we fix it? What are the proposed solutions, and what kind of things can we do for that? Trap Money Benny. Basically, the feature I want is when the recording starts and they start capturing the first frames and got the words, I want it to immediately generate the sound for me to actually hear it. So the generation of speech is gonna start playing. That's not the case right now. Do you love me? Are you riding? But you never ever leave from beside me. Cause I want you. Cause I need you. And I'm down for you. Wait. Trap money Benny. Tisha, are you riding? Say you never ever leave from beside me. Cause I want you. Cause I need you. And I'm down for you. Hey. Alright, so I'm gonna take a break right now, and when I get back, I'm gonna explore, using cursor. Should I pay for cursor, the $20? And should I start setting up my own API? I'm gonna explore that kind of stuff. But for now, we're gonna rest first. Alright, we back. Let's go. Let's get it. Play the song. And I need you. And I'm down for your ways. And I'm down for your, down for your, down for your. Trap money, Benny. Oh. 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 Yes, I'm jaded. Yes, I'm jaded. Yes, I'm jaded. Most are the things I don't want to say. Yeah. Think about some. Yes, I'm jaded. Yes, I'm jaded. So on this side, dogs on this side. Great job, but here's one thing I want to implement. When the whole thing is copied, I don't want it to be segregated by chunks. I want it to be like a one paragraph, so I need to replace the new lines and some of the horizontal, not a break rule. That means like the BRs.
Singer, we all knew Kelly Clarkson. She had training and she worked her tail like American Idol winner. Kelly Clarkson was a waitress, like she never sang before. Waitress? Excuse me, Kelly Clarkson was a singer. We all knew Kelly Clarkson. She had training and she worked her tail erect talent. Exception artist who's worked with sets. Good ISER thing you coaches told certain players got a lot.
Lady.
Ridiculous. That girl worked to become the singer she was. They said American Idol winner Kelly Clarkson was a waitress.
Here's the next thing I want to fix right now, which is that whenever I click on the subtitle offset button, the text jumps. So even though I'm actually at the active highlighted line right now, when I click on it, I don't know what happens. Can you find out what's the bug that causes the text to jump? I don't know if it jumps up or jump down because all I see is that the current active highlighted line is no longer in my text area or line of sight.
Me, Kelly Clarkson was a singer we all knew.
Generated by Cloud Code itself. Generated by Cloud Code itself. So, when will we see actual, like, people like us? You know, the solo Indeed dev be able to create a model or create a product just like Cloud Code using Cloud Code. Because, like, I think creating,
Okay, let's go simple. What I want to do right now is when I build the app, I want everything there to be clean, so there's no leftover text from the previous build. Then when I start the broadcast, whatever's captured on my screen, I want the speech to be fired off instantly. So while it's collecting and stitching up the text together, it's already starting to process the first words and sentences. Just that simple.
like anybody else does. She didn't come from nowhere any more than Jessica came from nowhere. It's not magic, you know. After Simpson, one thing led to another. Seption BRIE turned a retroflex Y worked with a rising Houston area singer named Beyoncé Knowles, then used her ever-growing skills to develop and launch Ryan Cabrera, Demi Lovato, and several future American Idol turned Darnalists. Her small studio became known as a star factory. On the day I was there, I
what if I actually want the previous UI style where it opens up instead of an overlay? Is it still possible to do that with the without the bug coming back on? Every month. Hey, what? What? Hey, hey, what? What? Hey, yeah, 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 yeah. Hey, yeah, yeah. The neck, hey, yeah. Give you some respect. And it's cold. Ooh. Thank- So thankful for the women that I know. Can't go 50-50 with no. She just putting on the front. She gonna try to. I'm upset. 1500. On my back is disrespect. It says session activation failed. What's the error? After the OCR started, the recording does not start playing. Mm-mm-mm. Mm-mm-mm-mm-mm-mm. Mm-mm.
heard singers from High School Musical and Barney and Friends, and a half dozen pin-sized Christina Aguileras. Seption was embarking on a roadshow for investors, seeking $100 million to expand the school to what her turned financial advisor called the Gap of Music Schools. More important, her matrix is now complete. As Seption puts it, someone can walk in that door and I know I can turn dog ear them out in 20 seconds.
Here's what I implement for right now. The SRT subtitle playback. What's the range right now? Is it 3 seconds to 3 seconds negative? I want to make it to 6 seconds each. Just show me the line of code that you will have to change and don't implement anything yet. Every month, hey. Every month, yeah. I'm upset, yeah. I'm upset, 15,000 on my head is disrespect, yeah.
Dog ear them out in 20 seconds. There's nothing she hasn't considered, nothing you can stump her with, says Sarah Alexander, an ex-Lawyer-turned recording artist who's worked with Seption. She has the cognitive understanding of what my vocal cords are doing at any moment and exactly how they could be better. She always had an explanation that made the problem surmountable. Linda takes good care of the small steps. People see all the glitter and stage STUsh, and they forget that vocal cords are just muscles, Seption said. They are just muscles. What I do for myself as a teacher is no DISHERENT from what I ask my students to do. I know what I'm doing because I put a lot of work into it. I'm no DISHERENT from them. If you spend years and years trying hard to do something, you'd better get better at it. How dumb would I have to be if I didn't? Perceptiveness. The second virtue, the eyes, are the giveaway. They are usually sharp and warm and are deployed in long, unblinking gazes. Several master coaches told me that they train their eyes to be like cameras, and they share that same Panavision quality. Though the gaze can be friendly, it's not CHIE turned or retroflex Y about friendship. It's about information. It's about turn darguring you out. When Gallimore and Tharp studied John Wooden in 1974, they were surprised to turn R&D that he distributed praise and criticism unevenly. Which is to say, certain players got a lot of praise, others got a lot of criticism. What's more, he was open about this. During
Sometimes when the audio file is playing and I open up the SRT offset slider, and when I close it, there's still this jump in the text area. Can you figure out what's the problem and fix it? And also, I'm upset. Hey, yo. Girls from Atlanta. What can I say to you?
Cloud code. Because, like. Isn't it fascinating how Al has gotten.
It still doesn't play while I'm in the other app and the OCR is turned on. It only plays when I go back to the EchoFlow app, but I don't want that. How do I fix it? What's the fix like? Can you plan it with me? With me it's crazy because I actually don't do any of the planning, so. Let's see. You know I love you so much. Keisha, do you love me? Are you riding? Say you never ever leave from beside me. Cause I want you, cause I need you, and I'm down for you. Hey KD, are you?
In the team's preseason meeting each year, Wooden would say, I am not going to treat you players all the same. Giving you the same treatment doesn't make sense because you're all DISHERENT.
It's still happening, and now it doesn't happen to when I close the menu. It happens when I open the menu or when the audio is not even playing. I think we're moving in the wrong direction. Can you think what is the cause? And also, I don't mind when the overlay comes up. I don't want to tweak the position of the text. I just want to shorten the overlay at the bottom. That's all I want. I don't mind if the active highlighted text is slightly lower than what it is should be. Keisha. Am I rate limited by Apple Music? Could be. That's insane though. Come on. The party never ends. We gotta keep going. What's going on, man? Are you riding? Said you never ever leave from beside me. Cause I want you, and I need you, and I'm down for you always, Katie. Do you love me? Are you riding? Say you ain't never ever leave from beside me. Cause I want you, cause I need you, and I'm down for you always. In the rave, kissing in the rave, kissing in the rave. Cardi, to the safe, coat, to the safe, coat, to the safe. Network, net worth. Cause I want you. Cause I want you, and I need you. Cause I want you, and I need you, and I'm down for your waist. Cause I'm down for your waist.
The good Lord in his IN turned R and ITE wisdom did not make us all the same. Goodness gracious, if he had, this would be a boring world, don't you think? You are DISHERENT from each other in height, weight, background, intelligence, talent, and many other ways. For that reason, each one of you deserves individual treatment that is best for you. I will decide what that treatment will be. Almost all the master coaches I met followed Wooden's rule. They wanted to know about each student so they could customize their communications to turn Darty the larger patterns in a student's life. Football coach Tom Martinez, whom we'll meet later, has a vivid metaphor for this process.
I mean, it's fixed now, but I prefer the previous UI. Is it possible to implement both, like the way that it works right now, but the previous UI? And even if we don't shorten the text area, we just make an overlay. I also want the previous UI where, you know, the slider itself has the text, something like that.
Approach new students with the curiosity of an investigative reporter. They sought out details of their personal lives, turned our ending out about family, income, relationships, motivation. And on the micro level, they constantly...
Isn't it fascinating?
Trap money Benny. I buy you champagne if you let me. From the block like I'm Ginny.
monitored the students' reaction to their coaching, checking whether their message was being absorbed. This led to a telltale rhythm of speech. The coach would deliver a chunk of information, then pause, hawking the listener as if watching the needle of a Geiger counter. As Seption put it, I'm always checking because I need to know when they don't know. They are listening on many levels, Gallimore said. They are able to use their words and behaviors as an instrument to move the student forward. The GPS reflex. The third virtue, you gotta give them a lot of information, said Robert Lansdorp, the tennis coach. You gotta shock them, then shock them some more. Shock is an appropriate word. Most master coaches delivered their information to their students in a series of short, vivid, HIGHDE turned R and ITION bursts. They never began sentences with please, would you, or do you think, or what about? Instead, they spoke in short imperatives. Now do X was the most common construction, the you will was implied. The directions weren't dictatorial in tone usually, but were delivered in a way that sounded clinical and urgent, as if they were being emitted by a particularly compelling GPS unit navigating through a maze of city streets. Turn left, turn right, go straight, arrival complete. For example, here is a transcript of 3 minutes of Lindaception working with 11-year-old singer Casey Lynch on a song called Mirror, Mirror. On the page it reads as a monologue, but like any coaching it was actually a conversation. Casey's part was sung, Seption's was spoken. Casey, sings Linda, okay, it's a dance song, it's not pretty, it's not a power ballad. It moves quick, so be quick. Sing it like a trumpet. K sings L, add a scat on each of the ends, sing it like this. You know how much he cares. Boy today succeeded not only because of it.
Code to the safe, code to the safe. I love. Then I'm gonna merge these. I'm gonna create a new one. I have an idea now. I have an idea. So tree. Then I'm gonna close this one. This one's done. Stop tasks. I'm gonna call it R4. I'm gonna pull these down. 'Cause I want you.
Its conceptual strength, but also because Lamp was able to communicate his ideas and translate them into the seamless performance of an immensely DIR reflex CULT task. He was an innovative.
Alright, so here's the innovative thing I want to do right now. We have the player tab, the import tab, the library tab. I want to have the view or read tab, something like that. Okay, then we're gonna have the icon of a like a page, something like that. And so what is gonna happen in this page is you can click and you can pull in a PDF from your files app, or you can just use a link online and it's gonna download it. Then what it's gonna do is it's gonna be like a book reader. You're gonna be able to read or look at your book while your audio is playing. And some features that we need is the find feature. So whatever line the audio is at, I want to be able to quickly find it in the book. The next part is the bookmark feature, or something like we'll track what page of the PDF you are at. Then the next time if I close the app and open it again, I will always see the same page, so it doesn't go away. And the reason why we need this view book feature is because sometimes the book has diagrams, but we can't capture it with words. So sometimes I want the user to be able to read the book at the same time. Code to the save, code to the save. I love it. What else do I need to fix?
He inspired through information. In short, Baron Lamb was a master coach. So far in this book, we've talked about skill as a cellular process that grows through deep practice. We've seen how ignition supplies the unconscious energy for that growth. Now it's time to meet the rare people who have the uncanny knack for combining those forces to grow talent in others. Before we turned R&D out who the master coaches are, however, let's turn R&D out who they aren't. When most of us think of a master coach, we think of a great leader, a perk of talent in others. Before we turned R&D out who the master coaches are, however, let's turn R&D out who they aren't. When most of us think of a master coach, we think of a great leader, a person of steadfast vision, battle-tested savvy, and commanding eloquence. Like a ship's captain or a preacher on the pulpit, their core ability lies in knowing a special something that the rest of us don't, and sharing that special knowledge with us in a motivating way. In this way of thinking, the skills of legendary football coach Vince Lombardi are not
Which one do you think is better? Cause I need you. Here's what I implement right now. I want you to show me the line of code that actually is responsible for, you know, whenever the index active has changed, how does the text actually go up, the animation, how did it go down, and how does the selected text, you know, change to the next one? Because right now I think I want to tighten it up a little bit. It's way too slow. I want to know which lines so I can fine tune it. Oh shit! No 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 no! No. Code to the safe. Code to the safe. Code to the safe. Code to the safe. I love. Mm, 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 mm. Can you implement the suggested fix? Then we're gonna see if I want it or not. Girl from Atlanta, what can I say to you? Girl from Cause now I gotta lift it up.
Innovator who taught with discipline and exactitude. He inspired through information. In short, Baron Lamb was a master coach. So far in this book, we've talked about skill as a cellular process that grows through deep practice. We've seen how ignition supplies the unconscious energy for that growth. Now it's time to meet the rare people who have the uncanny knack for combining those forces to grow talent in others. Before we turned R&D out who the master coaches are, however, let's turn R&D out who they aren't. When most of us think of a master coach, we think of a great leader, a person of steadfast vision, battle-tested savvy, and commanding eloquence. Like a ship's captain or a preacher on the pulpit, their core ability lies in knowing a special something that the rest of us don't, and sharing that special knowledge with us in a motivating way. In this way of thinking,
I gotta send you up.
Isn't it fascinating how Al has gotten so good to the point that, you know, even Anthropic are using Claude to generate the code for Cloud Code? And I heard there's a stat where 90% of the code in Cloud is actually generated by Cloud Code itself. So, when will we see actual, like, people like us? You know, the solo indeed, because, like, or do the RTX picture and stuff behind it? Great questions. Let me untangle a few things here. First, a small correction. It's Claude Code, not Cloud Code. And the stat you're thinking of is that a large percentage of Anthropic's own code is now written with Claude's assistance, though I'd want to verify the exact 90% figure before confirming it. Now to your actual questions. Can Claude Code help you learn to build an LLM? Absolutely, yes right now. Claude Code can help you understand transformer architecture, write training loops, explain backpropagation, help you fine-tune existing models, and walk you. Nothing is stopping you from doing this today. What actually stops a solo dev from building something like Claude? It's almost entirely compute and data, not knowledge. Training a frontier model costs tens to hundreds of millions of dollars in GPU time. You need massive, curated datasets. Then there's the RLHF alignment work on top of that. But here's the more interesting framing. You probably don't need to train a model from scratch. The solo dev path that's actually viable right now is use existing models, Claude, Llama, Mistral. As the brain build products on top of them, using APIs, use Claude Code to build that product incredibly fast. That's genuinely where solo devs are shipping real. Things not training models, but building with them. Claude Code is probably the most powerful accelerant for that path that's ever existed for an individual developer. The compute wall for training is real. The wall for building with AI, that one is basically gone. Okay, first of all, I want to know. Building with Al, that one is basically gone. Okay, first of all, I want to know how did the Peter levels. I hope guy on Twitter that, built about 70 products and have a lot of a multi. I don't know what's the term, but it's like a portfolio full of generating revenue projects. How is he able to do? What did he study? And when did he start all these Al tools, company or softwares? What kind of person is he? What is his network? He said he's an investor, and he just had his first exit in Cursor. How true is that? And stuff. I want to learn more about this person. It's very fascinating to me, how this indeed digital nomad lives and works. Pieter Level's background. If Elon Musk was a teenager today, do you think he would have applied to either his spaghetti code fun thought experiment? Probably yes, but it would have.
Let's go!
He liked
Let's
Musk
go!
has always had
Let's
outside
fucking
opinions
go, bro.
and a bias toward just
I
doing
might have
it.
just cracked
YC
the
rewards
matrix.
that energy,
Low key.
especially in teenage founders. But YC
Let's go.
might have been on the fence. Paul Graham
Alright,
famously
this is so
values
good.
make something people want over technical elegance. So spaghetti code alone wouldn't disqualify him. What YC does
Holy
is
shit.
compelling founder with relentless drive. Musk has that in spades. The wrinkle is that teenage Musk's early projects, like Blastar, his 12-year-old game were fine, but not obviously world-changing. YC might have seen a smart, ambitious kid with messy code and a big vision and taken a bet. Or passed because the idea wasn't crisp enough yet. The deeper irony is that Musk is more of a systems thinker and visionary than a craftsman coder. YC tends.
Yo! Girls from Atlanta, what can I say to your girl? How do you see
especially in teenage founders. But YC might have been on the fence. Paul Graham famously values make something people want over technical elegance. The central argument is not about model intelligence, is about architecture. Hui Gong at UCL argues that the systemic implications of AL in finance depend less on how Layer 1, data perception, market prices, filings, earnings transcripts, macro releases, social signals, blockchain transaction flows, internal portfolio data. Layer 2, reasoning engine, domain LLMs, retrieval systems, forecasting models, they are built market price layer don't not they don't not layer 4, execution and control, order management. V extract hey knights sire iden V map to agent patterns franchel al agents 8 need specialized V organize architectures architectures from academic insight echo flow reading allowed from published March 2026 by Hui Gong, updated April.
Alright, great job. It's working now, but here's the thing I want. So I want you to go into planning mode with me, and when I start the broadcast, okay, first time when I start a broadcast, of course I want it to read instantly. But here's the thing, if I go on another app and I want to read another broadcast, read another screen, do I need to stop this one, clear it first, or how? Should I stop this one, clear this one, then go to the other screen, go down on command center, click on start broadcast again to read that screen? Or how should it work? Because right now there's still, some text in the buffer. Return on investment. For the question. For the question. What was I pretending?
The skills of legendary football coach Vince Lombardi are not appreciably different from those of General George Patton or Queen Elizabeth I, but when I visited the talent hotbeds, I didn't turn R&D many Lombardis or Pattons or Queen Elizabeths for that matter. Instead, the teachers and coaches I met were quiet, even reserved. They were mostly older. Many had been teaching 30 or 40 years. They possessed the same sort of gaze, steady, deep, unblinking. They listened far more than they talked. They seemed allergic to giving pep talks or inspiring speeches. They spent most of their time OSHERING small, targeted, highly SPECI turn.
Here's the thing, sometimes after I finish, I read a screen, then I decide, okay, I don't want to read this screen anymore. I want to go into a new app, I want to read something new. So all the previous screen's text is still in the buffer. So when I open a new screen, it does not read anything because there's still stuff in the buffer and it has to read the previous things first. So this is the problem I'm trying to solve right now. I don't want to automatically discard it. I only want to, when I go to Echo Flow, then I can select reset or something like that, or clear in Echo Flow. So when I go to a new screen, it instantly does the OCR and reads the new screen instead of having stuff in memory or buffer.
RC adjustments. They had an extraordinary sensitivity to the person they were teaching, customizing each message to each student's personality. After meeting a dozen of these people, I started to suspect that they were all secretly related. They were talent whispers. They were people like Hans Jensen. Hans Jensen is a cello teacher who lives in Chicago. I met him at Meadowmount Music School, that remote haven of classical talent in the Adirondacks we visited earlier in the book. I had never heard of Jensen, but here, even amidst an all-star faculty, he was regarded as special. During my turn to our RSD morning at Meadowmount, 2 students mentioned how their families had relocated to Chicago so they could take lessons from Jensen. Melissa Kraut, who teaches at the Cleveland Institute of Music, simply described him as the most brilliant cello teacher on the planet. Jensen turned out to be a rangy, ebullient turned RFT-ish.
And remember meaningful patterns arises from the way chess players develop their abilities. Anyone who is serious about developing skills on the chessboard will do it mainly by spending countless hours studying games played by the masters. You analyze a position in depth, predicting the next move, and if you get it wrong, you go back and turn-dagger out what you missed. Research has shown that the amount of time spent in this sort of analysis, not the amount of time spent playing chess with others. Won the power of purposeful practice in just our 4th session together. Steve was already beginning to sound discouraged. It was Thursday of the Turndar RSD week of an experiment that I had expected to last for 2 or 3 months. But from what Steve was telling me, it might not make much sense to go on. There appears to be a limit for me somewhere around 8 or 9 digits, he told me, his words captured by the tape recorder that ran throughout each of our sessions. With 9 digits especially, it's very dir retroflex CULT to get regardless of what pattern I use. You know my own kind of strategies. It really doesn't matter what I use. It seems very dir retroflex CULT to get. Steve, an undergraduate at Carnegie Mellon University. Was teaching at the time, had been hired to come in several times a week and work on a simple task, memorizing strings of numbers. I would read him a series of digits at a rate of about 1 per second, 740, 119.
10, then I'm gonna go 319 to put it to 35.
And so on. And Steve would tried to remember them all and repeat them back to me once I was done. One goal was simply to see how much Steve could improve with practice. Now, after 4 of the hour-long sessions, he could reliably recall 7-digit strings, the length of a local phone number, and he usually got the 8-digit strings right, but 9 digits was hit or miss, and he had never managed to remember a 10-digit string at all. And at this point, given his frustrating experience over the turned RRSD few sessions, he was pretty sure that he wasn't going to get any better. What Steve didn't know, but I did, was that pretty much all of psychological science at the time indicated that he was right. Decades of research had shown that there is a strict limit to the number of items that a person can retain in short-term memory, which is the type of memory the brain uses to hold on to small amounts of information for a brief period of time. If a friend gives you his address, it is your short-term memory that holds on to it just long enough to write it down.
Lefty-ish Dane with large round glasses, from behind which he regarded the world with the voracious gaze of a scuba diver. When I found him in one of Meadowmount's practice cabins, that gaze was aimed at 18-year-old Sang Ihi, who was playing a Dvorak concerto. To my ear, Sang's playing was miraculous, fast, clean, note perfect. But Jensen was not S-A-T-I-S turned R-E-D. He stood a few inches away as the student played, waving his arms and talking to Sang in his thick Danish accent. It looked as if Jensen were performing some kind of exorcism. Now, he shouted. There is only now. You gotta go wah like a turbine. You gotta do it, man, and you gotta do it now. Sang played furiously, his hand turned a retroflex at S-H-I-N-G up and down the neck of the cello. Jensen leaned in closer. I see it in your eyes, you say, oh crap, I have to do it. So don't think pronounced sink in Jensen's accent. Do it now, Sang closed his eyes and played. Ya, Jensen shouted. G-O, G-O. Sang ended the piece and leaned back woozily, as if he had just stepped Esha carnival ride. There, Jensen said, that is where you have to go with this. Sang thanked Jensen, packed up his cello, and departed as Whitney Delphos, the next student, stepped forward. Delphos was 20 years old from Houston and wore a pink Lacoste shirt with the collar turned up. She had arrived in time to see the end of Sang's lesson and now took her seat.
Can you put these in the docs folder? Call it fine tuning the line active line transition.md. Lena, what can I say, yo? I have one clarifying question. So initially, after I pull down on the command center and click on start broadcast, then I capture the first screen. Then when I'm done, I want to go back to echo flow, because right now if I go back to echo flow right away, it was gonna capture all the other words that I don't want in echo flow. So I need to stop the broadcast before I enter echo flow app. Then on the echo flow app, if I decide, I actually want to go to another screen and read something new, I'm going to clear it in echo flow. Then I'll go to the new screen and pull down on broadcast again to start it. Is that right, or is that not the current procedure? Because right now I'm reading the plan, I think how it works in the plan is like you just start the echo broadcast, then while it's still running, the screen recording hasn't never stopped. Then you go to echo flow in order to stop it. Then you go to the third app. So I think in the plan it's kind of implying that you never actually stop the broadcast at all. It's running all the time. But you're fine to correct me if I'm wrong. Alright, here's what I want to do next. Instead of, when the next line is activated, then I go forward to the next line, just like the line 319. I want to do it slightly different where there's always going to be a gradual movement of the text. It's going to keep going. That means like the active line is always gonna be in the same position, but instead of when the chunk is done, we flip it up by one chunk. I want it to be gradually moving all the time, so it's a very gradual, slow scroll, and there's no sudden, movement or transition. Plan with me and ask me any questions if you have any things you need to clarify about. Girls from Atlanta, what can I say to you? Girls from Atlanta. Yeah, I do want flow one, but right now it's not working because after I stop the broadcast and I go to the new app, it doesn't read. And even if I clear it, it still doesn't read. I don't know why. It just doesn't read. And also, I can start the OCR in a new app, new screen. It's not reading on record. Try to find out why. Girls from Atlanta, what can I say to you? You know I love you so much. We just gotta. Alright, it's not bad, but here are some of the stuff that I think I want to implement, which is first of all, how do we make sure that we can actually scroll through the page really quickly, and also I want to set two modes that I can toggle with, horizontal scroll or vertical scroll. Horizontal scroll is like a page, you flip it page by page, and vertical scroll is like, it's one whole document, you just scroll it like a normal PDF. And the second thing I want to talk about is, what is the lightning bolt doing there right now? I'm not sure what it's actually there for. And for the PDF, can we not make it, because right now there's a lot of space at the top and the bottom. Is that unfixable? And also, can we is it possible for you to actually create something like a content screen or table of contents so that I can quickly jump to sections or chapters? If that's too hard, then just leave it. It's okay. It's alright. And also, I want to be able to go past the pages really quickly instead of using a scroll wheel. Something like you can jump to a page, or you can easily, like a mini bar where you can just drag across the book. Some stuff like that. Cause now I gotta read it up. Dogs on this side, dogs on this side, dogs on this side. Leaving me already. Yes, I'm jaded, yes, I'm jaded.
Grasping the neck of her instrument, sweating lightly. Jensen put her. You must sing. This is the vitamin. It doesn't taste good, but it's good for you. Delphos set down her bow, closed her eyes, and as instructed, imagined her way through sections of her concerto. When she was turned darnished, her eyes open again, Jensen said, "You used vibrato when you imagined playing that last section, didn't you?" Delphos' jaw dropped. "How did you know?" Jensen smiled. "I sometimes freak people out," he said. "They think I have ESB." Jensen has a long list of professional QU, a L, I turned RC, a TIONS. He studied at Juilliard with renowned. Freak people out, he said. They think I have ESB. Jensen has a long list of professional QU, a L, I turned RC, a TIONS. He studied at Juilliard with renowned teachers Leonard Rose and Channing Robbins. He soloed with the Copenhagen Symphony and won the Artist International Competition. His knowledge of classical cello music is second to none. But what we're seeing here has nothing to do with Jensen's QU, a L, I turned RC, a TIONS, and everything to do with his mysterious ESB, SPEC, I turned RC, a LLY, his skill at sensing the student's needs and instantly producing the right signal to meet those needs. Jensen did not know Sang and Delphos before they stepped into the room. He didn't need to.
Right now, sometimes, okay, so previously the active line is usually, if I can see 5 chunks, it's usually on the third chunk. But right now it's on the second or third chunk. And the thing is, I want variable speed. So if this line takes longer, it's gonna move slower. And so it's always gonna keep be moving it's just going to be moving slow or fast. There's not going to be a time where it's not moving at all, and that's the case because right now the active line is the second line, then it's gonna speak and the whole screen is not moving, then it's gonna switch over to the third line and the whole screen is still not moving. Then after the third line, the fourth line will become the second line again. So everything's gonna shift once, then after that, everything's gonna pause. You're gonna see the second line, then you're gonna see the third line in the same screen, same position, then after that everything's gonna shift up again. So that's the thing that I don't want right now. I want it to be constantly in motion so that the viewer don't have to deal with, the thing pausing and kicking off and pausing and kicking off again.
If Elon Musk was a teenager today, do you think he would have applied to either his spaghetti code ha? Fun thought experiment. Probably yes, but it would have been a mixed bag. He likely would apply. Musk has always had outsized ambition and a bias toward just doing things. YC rewards that energy, especially in teenage founders. But YC might have been on the fence. Paul Graham famously values make something people want over technical elegance, so spaghetti code alone wouldn't disqualify him. What YC
Do I
does look
click
for
on
is a
clear or
compelling
stop?
founder with relentless drive. Musk has that in spades. The wrinkle is that teenage Musk's early projects, like Blastar, his 12-year-old game, were fine, but not obviously world-changing. YC might have seen a smart, ambitious kid with messy code and a big vision and taken a bet, or passed because the idea wasn't crisp enough. Agent Architectures, Dami DeFi follow at Dami DeFi. 16 Jun. The paper arrived as a 40-page PDF from UCL's Institute of Finance and Technology. Published March 2026 by Hui Gong. Updated April 22. The title, Al Agents in Financial Markets. Architecture, Applications, and Systemic Implications. Not a news article. Not a blog post. A peer-reviewed academic. 8. 1 instruction. Tell me which agent architectures in this paper are actually buildable today with existing tools, and rank them by how accessible they are to someone running a personal research operation. What came back was a ranked list of 6. 3 I could build that weekend. 3 that required more infrastructure, but were closer than I expected. Here is the paper, what it argues. And
Handling notification center, first we need to ignore it, and also not linked to command center, right? Command center, play pause.
Specialized architectures. Better outcomes plan. I fed a UCL finance paper into Claude. It told me to build these 6 financial Al agent architectures. Dami DeFi follow. O trading capist agent finance key theme. Perceptin, resuring, plussing Claude toil. Use irrelation learning synthesize O fracial pairing. Agend O compliance, agent O risk monitor, agent extract, Hey insights, sire Idna map to agent patterns v herbity design principles, med specialized organize. Architectures architectures, specialized architectures, better outcomes agent architectures, Dami DeFi and follow. V extract keynates cure Iden v map to engol patterns franchal al agenti. And mentify desigo principles, need trading capist agent finance key theme. Perceptin, resuring, plussing Claude toil, use irrelation learning synthesize O fracial pairing. Agend O compliance, agent O risk monitor, agent extract, Hey insights sire Idna map to agent patterns finance financial AL agents v. Herbity, design principles, specialized organized. O trading capist agent finance key theme. Perceptin, Resuring, Plessing Claude Toil, use irrelation learning synthesize O fractal pairing. Agend O compliance, agent O risk monitor, agent X specialized or from academic insight. Practical architectures, specialized architectures, better outcomes. I fed a UCL finance paper into Claude. It told me to build these 6 financial AL agent architectures Dami Defee and follow at Dami Defee. 16 Jun. The paper arrived as a 40-page PDF.
Images. So what I need to do if like what if it's an image? Yes, I'm jaded. Yes, I'm jaded. so great. Yo, what is this internet, bro? Insane. What is this internet? All right, let's keep working. Fuck. All right. I like what's going on right now. Only one small change I want to make, which is that the horizontal and vertical mode of scrolling, they are not in sync. Because right now, if I'm on page 64 and I go to the player and come back to read, I'm still on 64. But if I use vertical scrolling, it always resets to 1. I want it to be the same as the horizontal scroll.
The examination, diagnosis, and prescription all happened within seconds. Sang needed more emotion, so Jensen turned into a hep-it-up cheerleader. Delphos needed a learning strategy, so Jensen turned into a Zen master. He didn't only tell them what to do, he became what they should do, communicating the goal with gesture, tone, rhythm, and gaze. The signals were targeted, concise, unmissable, and accurate. After Jensen was turned darnish teaching Sang and Delphos, I asked him for his professional opinion of the two students. Which was more talented? Which had more potential? Jensen seemed to struggle with the question, which surprised me. Sang seemed better than Delphos by a decent margin. But the planet's best cello teacher didn't see things the same way I did. It's dir retroflex cult to say, Jensen said evenly. When I teach, I give everyone everything. What happens after that, who can know? This sentiment, even-keeled, prudent, unromantic, had a familiar ring. Many of the talent whisperers reminded me of my relatives in Illinois farming towns, who were tough, unsurprisable, and circumspect. They could talk for hours about the tiniest details of seeds or fertilizers, but when it came to the larger questions, the quality of the upcoming harvest, the PLAYOS chances of their beloved St. Louis Cardinals baseball team, they shrugged. Who can know? Master coaches aren't like heads of state. They aren't like captains who steer us across the unmarked sea or preachers on a pulpit, ringing out the good news. Their personality, their core skill circuit, is to be more like farmers, careful, deliberate cultivators of myelin like Hans Jensen. They're down-to-earth and disciplined. They possess vast, deep frameworks of knowledge, which they apply to the steady, incremental work of growing skill circuits, which they ultimately don't control. Jensen couldn't answer my question because at its heart the question didn't make sense. Is it possible to look at two seedlings and tell which will grow taller? The only answer is it's early and they're both growing. The wizard's secret...
Sometimes if the line is very short but the duration is long, can we just make it very, very slow, like the way it moves, make it very slow instead of actually sometimes it just pauses? Because right now it's not a bad implementation, however sometimes there are still times when, you know, it just pauses because it's reached the position already.
But when it came to the larger questions, the quality of the upcoming harvest, the PLAYOS chances of their beloved St. Louis Cardinals baseball team, they shrugged. Who can know? Master coaches aren't like heads of state. They aren't like captains who steer us across the unmarked sea or preachers on a pulpit, ringing out the good news. Their personality, their core skill circuit, is to be more like farmers, careful, deliberate cultivators of myelin like Hans Jensen.
Dun, 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 dun. Is it possible to create an invert mode so that if the page has white background and black text, I can choose to click something and invert the colors? Is that possible?
They're down-to-earth and disciplined. They possess vast, deep frameworks of knowledge, which they apply to the steady, incremental work of growing skill circuits, which they ultimately don't control. Jensen couldn't answer my question because at its heart the question didn't make sense. Is it possible to look at two seedlings and tell which will grow taller? The only answer is it's early and they're both growing. The wizard's secret in 1972, educational psychologists named Ron Gallimore and Roland Tharp were given a dream opportunity to set up, from scratch, an experimental reading program at a laboratory school in a poor neighborhood in Honolulu. The project, which was funded by a Hawaiian educational foundation, involved 120 K3 students and was dubbed the Kamehameha Early Education Project, or KEEP. Starting in 1972, when the school's doors opened, Gallimore and Tharp applied the most cutting-edge pedagogical theories of the day, many of which had to do with teacher strategies to increase the percentage of on-task time. Gallimore and Tharp were innovative.
Great. Here's what the next implementation I want. So right now we can see that actually if it can fit 5 chunks in the text area. It's usually the second chunk that is the one that is highlighted. I want to make it the third position instead. And also when it's moving, can you not make the previously red lines, go dark? I want to see them also. So like at the top, even though while they're going out of scope or out of sight, I want them to be still there because right now it's filled by the black screen. And the next thing I want to do is when I start, wait, fix this first. Make it per session. Wait, I don't understand your question. Can you ask it in a more clear way?
2 boxes under my desk killed my $4,200 cloud bill and became a $4,000 Mo Business Region Talks V at Region Ox 15 Jun. In January 2026, I almost shut down my AL consulting practice, not because clients dried up the pipeline was growing. Because the math stopped working, let me show you the math that nearly killed me, the margin trap cloud GPU rental, V's actual take, client 2 dental, FINETUNE. Client 1 logistics, 78B model, $1,800 GPU rental, $2,500 kept $2,800 cloud rental, $6,000 project 2 weeks of work. I was 8%. The trap nobody warns you about. $1,880 GPU rental, billed $4,200 no margin. 33%, $36,000 project. 2 weeks of work after local. Sane $4,288, bill $9 electricity margin. $4,191, $99. 8%. I had a logistics client who wanted a private assistant. After local. Same $4,280, bill $9 electricity margin. $4,191, $99. 8%. Trained on 14 years of their internal documentation. All of it. 34. 0 Mo Business Region Talks. Why practice $2,500 kept after local. Sane $4,280, bill $9 electricity margin. $4,191, $99. 8% under NDA. None of it allowed anywhere near OpenAI's servers. $2,588 kept after local. Sane $4,200, bill $9 electricity margin. $4,191, $99. 8%. Servers, so I rented an H100 on the cloud, ran a 70B model on it, and $2,500 kept after local. Sane $4,200 bill, $9 electricity margin. $4,191, $99. 88
Girls from Atlanta, what can I say to you?
Basketball coach. To describe John Wooden as a good basketball coach is
Not working currently. I tap on the icon but nothing is happening. I don't even know what you're for. What's your for? Here's the new thing I want to fix right now. Should we? Okay, there are a few stuff. The first thing is sometimes it reads images, but I don't want it to read images. I want it to only read a wall of text. For example, if I'm on a X article and sometimes people have AI images, I want to leave that out, but I'm not sure how I can actually guard it against that for now. And the second thing is, I want to pull down while the broadcast on the notification and make it read my notification? How do I guard for that also? So these are the two issues that I want to fix as of now. Create a plan, and you know what you think can actually solve these issues that I have. Form to perform norm gorm, and she really do perform. Get a month. Alright, the implementation is not bad and it's working now. However, there's just one gripe, which is that it's turning my padding and also my top bar becoming inverted color also, which is not what I want. I want that to remain black. So just that, and otherwise it's fine.
Like describing Abraham Lincoln as a solid congressman. The Wizard of Westwood, as Wooden was known, was a former English teacher from Smalltown, Indiana, who quoted Wordsworth and lived Christian values of discipline, morality, and teamwork. He had led UCLA to 9 national championships in the previous 10 years. His team had recently concluded an 88-game undefeated stretch that had lasted for nearly 3 years, one of the many historic feats that would later lead ESPN to name Wooden the greatest coach of all time in any sport. As Gallimore and Tharp were well aware, Wooden had no earthly reason to submit himself to the prying of a couple of nosy scientists, so they were more than a little surprised when Wooden's answer arrived: yes. A few weeks later, Gallimore and Tharp settled eagerly into courtside seats at Pauley Pavilion to watch Wooden coach the season's turned-RRSD practice. As fans of the team as well as former athletes themselves, they knew what to expect. Chalk talks, inspiring speeches, punishment laps for slackers, praise for hard workers. Then practice began. Wooden didn't give speeches. He didn't do chalk talks. He didn't dole out punishment laps or praise. In all, he didn't sound or act like any coach they'd ever encountered. We thought we knew what coaching was, Gallimore said. Our expectations were completely wrong. Completely. All the STU-esh I'd associated with coaching, there was none of it. Wooden ran an intense whirligig of turn-darv.
Okay, just something small that I want to fix, which is the first thing when I close the app and I open it up, I open StreamRead, you know, it runs a lot. It keeps scrolling all the way down to the current active line, which is not the case. I want it to be slick. I want it to be active, so it's gonna um, instantly get to it very quickly. And the next thing is, you know, there's leakage of the words. Sometimes the words is outside of the text area. It's no longer contained inside the text area. I can see it, you know, outside of it. And sometimes when the text is playing and I start to scroll, it's not very intuitive because I feel like something, because there's two different things conflicting at once. One is, you know, an auto scroll, and the other one is you just have it where you can just scroll it by yourself manually. So right now, because there's a lot of fade and animations when it's on a normal transition, and when you suddenly change it and you start scrolling it manually, there's a change in the position and stuff, which is not very intuitive. So I'm gonna keep this version for now. I committed it already, but I need you to work it up a better solution. Also, can you help me pass this off into a new chat? I want to start it off in a new chat so it is clean. So we're going to plan in a new chat. Just pass on whatever I have right now, what you have done, what you have implemented and everything. So we're going to compact this chat in essence. Can you show me what a heuristic and or manual way would look like, or if a pause button would actually work? Yeah, I do want to explore all the options I have. What if when the screen detects that I'm scrolling down from the top, then it will stop detecting until I close it back up, something like that. Explore what are the few options that I have. Dun 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 dun. It's much better now, but I would like to close the gap. Is it possible? Because you can see there's the padding. When I invert the colors, it's still white. When I want it to remain black. So is this something that we can actually account for and fix, or is this a lost cause? Bum, 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 bum. I'm still not very clear with what is the hybrid option. What do you mean by an auto pause, and how does the manual pause work? Because I don't think the button will be like an overlay in another app, right? You can only use action buttons, but that is only available on iOS 17. So if you don't have an action button, you technically can't stop it. How else can I actually stop it? And what's the difference between auto pause and top band detector? What's the difference? I think if manual, right, it doesn't actually help, because if the button is in Echo Flow app, then basically I'll have to leave the app that I actually want to read, which is like, might as well I just stop the broadcast, because I can just stop the broadcast and um, do the settings change. If I ever have to leave the app, it's not even intuitive anymore. So an action button, as I said before, it's only applicable to people with the hardware. So I don't think we can actually go this route also. it's still not fixed. Why? And also in horizontal scroll, I can see there's a scroll bar at the bottom, which is not our button. It's just like a normal, iOS scroll when you move the pages. Can I remove that, or do I just leave it? Because there's no point. It's very troublesome to actually touch the code, and it might break other stuff. All right, I'll create two plans and I'll branch off into two workspaces. So one will test out option one and the other one will test option two. And in this current workspace, I'll test both options together. Dun, 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 dun.
Stream of words all the while. The interesting part was the content of those words. As their subsequent article, Basketball's John Wooden, What a Coach Can Teach a Teacher, put it, Wooden's teaching utterances or comments were short, punctuated, and numerous. There were no lectures, no extended harangues. He rarely spoke longer than 20 seconds. Here are some of Wooden's more long-winded speeches. Take the ball softly, you're receiving a pass, not intercepting it. Do some dribbling between shots. Crisp passes, really snap them. Good, Richard, that's just what I want. Hard,
Making a life. Paid. Okay, first things first, you can see that the search bar is actually hindered by it's like there's a dark cloud over it. I don't even know how to explain it. And what's the difference that caused, whenever we switch from one by one chunk switching to this variable speed continuous scroll, the looks is very different, and the whole thing is not contained in the text box area anymore. How come? Can you under this feature? Because um I don't know, man. Just help me ask any questions if you have. I don't think this is the right way. I don't really like how it's implemented right now. Implement feature A, right? Implement feature A. Yes, I don't mind hard clipping it. Okay, so for number three, basically it should be a teleprompter kind of scroll where it's actually it's quite well done already right now. However, when I try to when it's the audio is playing and I try to scroll, there's like a okay, it's quite good, it's quite well. And the thing is actually instead of the second position, you can see from the picture that it's when the audio has stopped playing, the selected dark rounded rectangle actually goes to the second position. I want it to be at the third position. So actually the active line should be at the third position, not the second position. Occasionally if it's at the second position I don't mind, but usually I want the read area to be at the third position. Dun, 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 dun. It's still not fixed yet. There's still the same behavior when the page I'm using the normal page, then the padding is black color, but when I invert it, the padding is turning to white color when I want it to actually remain black color. So it's actually not fixed. Can you use higher thinking skills to figure out why is it that case? Find this out for me by reading the files.
It told me to build these 6 financial AL agent architectures Dami Defi and follow at Dami Defi. 16 Jun. Not a What came back? 3, 3, 5. Instagram. Calm straight up. 2H ago 13 posture pit stop. Pause your hus.
No, implementation A is not working. When I scroll down on the notification, my notification tags are being read through into EchoFlow and it's being read out to me. 24. What are you making in life? Paid. What are you making in life? For me. They say less for me. They say less for me. What they make in a month?
The paper arrived as a 40-page PDF from UCL's Institute of Finance and Technology. The paper arrived as a 40-page PDF from UCL's Institute of Finance and Technology, published March 2026 by Hui Gong, updated April 22. The title, AL Agents in Financial Markets, Architecture, Applications, and Systemic Implications, not a news article. The paper arrived as a 40-page PDF from UCL's Institute of Finance and Technology, published March 2026 by Hui Gong, updated. The paper arrived as a 40-page PDF, published March. The type 3 I could build that weekend. 3 that required more infrastructure, but were closer than I expected. Here is the paper, what it argues, and the 6 architectures Claude identified. What the paper actually says the central
Hey, hey, girls from Atlanta, what can I say to you? Girls from Australia.
about architecture. Title: Al Agents in Financial Markets. Architecture, applications, and not an. It is about we go. Title: Al Agents in Financial Markets. Architecture, applications, and systemic implications. Not a news article, not a blog post, a peer-reviewed academic framework, mapping how autonomous AL systems are restructuring the full workflow of financial decision-making. I downloaded it on a Sunday morning, and fed the entire thing to Claude. Title: AL Agents in Financial Markets. Architecture, Applications, and Systemic Implications. Not a news article. Not a blog post. A peer-reviewed academic framework. Mapping how autonomous AL systems are restructuring the full workflow of financial decision-making. I downloaded it on a Sunday morning and fed the entire thing to Claude Opus 4. 8. One instruction. Tell me.
Implementation B. Let's go run it. Let's go.
From the mount, yet this man resembled a busy telegraph operator. They felt slightly DE turned our retroflex at TED. This was great coaching. Gallimore and Tharp kept attending practices. As weeks and months went by, an ember of insight began to glow. It came partly from watching the team improve, rising from third in the conference at midseason to winning its 10th national championship. But it came mostly from the data they collected in their notebooks. Gallimore and Tharp recorded and coded 2,326 discrete acts of teaching. Of them, a mere 6.9% were compliments. Only 6.6% were expressions of displeasure, but 75% were pure information. What to do, how to do it, when to intensify an activity. One of Wooden's most frequent forms of teaching was a 3-part instruction where he modeled the right way to do something, showed the incorrect way, and then remodeled the right way, a sequence that appeared in Gallimore and Tharp's notes as M plus M minus M plus. It happened so often they named it a Wooden. As Gallimore and Tharp wrote, Wooden's demonstrations rarely take longer than 3 seconds, but are of such clarity that they leave an image in memory much like a textbook sketch. The information didn't slow down the practice. To the contrary, Wooden combined it with something he called mental and emotional conditioning, which basically amounted to everyone running harder than they did in games all the time. As former player Bill Walton said, practices at UCLA were non-stop, electric, supercharged, intense, demanding. While Wooden's practices looked natural and unplanned, in fact they were anything but. The coach would spend 2 hours each morning with his assistants planning that day's practice, then write out the minuta minutes. She mined Whitney Houston vocals for scale exercise. Song, 6 years old and 4 feet 6 inches tall. She has thick white hair and keen dark.
All right. The first issue is that you know, when the audio is playing by itself and the highlighted one, the pass index I can see is at most n minus 1 or n minus 2, but that's not what I want. I want it to be have like n minus up to 4. But even if I don't see it, it's okay. I just want it to be there. And the second thing is, when I drag the slider, since now we're using a teleprompter kind of way, when the audio is playing, it's not as intuitive anymore. Sometimes it lags out. And also when I put jump to current, sometimes you don't see the actual active line anymore. So these are some of the few things that we need to solve since we already changed the architecture of how the scroll will work.
This was great.
Not a blog post. A peer-reviewed academic framework. Mapping how autonomous AL systems are. Not a blog post. A peer review. I downloaded it on a 8. What came back? 3. Here is the. It is about the paper. 8. What came back? 3. Here it. Appear. I 8. What 3. Here it. The paper. I 8. What came back was a ranked list of 6. 3. I could build that weekend. 3. that required more infrastructure, but were closer than I expected. Here is the paper, what it argues, and the 6 architect. Not a blog post, a peer-reviewed academic framework, mapping how autonomous AL systems are restructuring the full workflow of financial decision-making. I downloaded it on a Sunday morning and fed the entire thing to Claude Opus 4. 8. 1 instruction. Tell me which agent architectures in this paper are actually buildable.
What is the latest stream? Is not flow. Remember, it's what is this? Skip image text. Skip image text. Skip image text. Oh my gosh, why is my internet so bad? Is it because I'm streaming? I might have to get off stream then. Alright. Okay, so I've just spun off 2 different workspaces, one implementing implementation A and the other one doing implementation B. And what I found out is implementation B is actually better because although implementation A eventually got it, and when I scroll down on the notification center, it doesn't capture the text there, but when I start scrolling in the notification center, you know, all of my notifications, then it starts picking it up. But for B, it doesn't have that effect. So B is the one that I'm gonna go forward with. I don't want to use a hybrid model. I just want to use what we have with B. And by the way, we already have a branch in B, so we're not gonna override the branch. We're just gonna how do you say? I'm gonna feed you the branch. Tell me what I should do. Should I merge it to develop or merge it to what we have right now, or how? Basically, this is the branch. Bum 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 bum. Dun da 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 da.
practices. As weeks and months went by, an ember of insight began to glow. It came partly from watching the team improve, rising from third in the conference at midseason to winning its 10th national championship. As Bloom and his researchers...
Okay, there's a lot of stuff I need to fix with this tab animation. I think I might want to, throw everything that we currently have and just do it the old-fashioned way. But gotta wait for these. Skip implementation B. Alright, let's go push this in. Oh wait, this is not Alright, so this is gonna be the end for the stream today. I'm gonna keep working on it later. And I'm gonna work on Echo Flow. I mean, we're about 70% there, I would say. And for Stream Read, very exciting because we have PDF reader embedded right in the app, where you can view the subtitles, the line you're actually reading currently. You can listen to the audio. You can also read the graphs or look at the graphs. So it's very interesting, very exciting. I'm gonna leave it here. And so the biggest takeaway or something I learned today is actually, whenever we achieve a state where we actually manage to crack something, I think we should use that forward momentum to keep breaking new milestones and keep having, progress in the right direction. Although we'll never know which one is the right direction when we're, making our decisions, but all we can do is keep trying, keep failing, and don't be afraid. Sometimes we might hit a progress milestone or hit something, a feature that we actually wanted to implement, then we stop there because we're afraid that if we keep going, we might actually meet the next failure, which is a wrong mindset to have, especially in development and building. Building involves a lot of failure. Like Dyson, he went through about, I don't know how many, MVPs or prototypes, they used to call it back in the day, and most of it, I would say like 99% of it failed, and the only one, or is the 0.04%, which is what he has right now, succeeded. So failure is part of the process. Don't be afraid of failure, and that's all I want to leave y'all with as I end the stream for today. And I'll see y'all tomorrow. I'll see y'all tomorrow when I pick it up and stream again. So that's all. Peace.